Oh, are we back? I think it cut out for a second. Hopefully it's working now. OBS cut out for a little bit. Okay. I think we're back. That was weird. That's never happened to me before. My bitrate is so bad. Okay. I think it says unstable. Poor network connection. That's not good. It's really weird. But I think it's still going. Oh, wait just a little bit. Okay, I think it should be good now. It's still not looking too good. Let me check one thing. Okay, so I think it's okay. I hope. I'm just gonna keep going. Alright. Thank you, I really appreciate it. I'll see you later then. Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today. Yes, do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again. Yes, I will. I realize it was a mistake, but my dear fellows, I must interject. Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the matter? Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not? To be cast in my direction, Sorry, I don't follow. Must I spell it out? I, the great Herlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation, arose at some ungodly hour to be here now, first thing in the morning, a miracle. You must agree. Well, if I must agree, then... As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from the bed. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and I was bestirred? Oh my, Iris has been busy. Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice. I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory. Sorry to cut in. Oh, Gregson. Oh, Inspector Gregson. Good morning. Gregson, my dear fellow? Why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, Dear me, are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor? What? I don't know. Poor Professor. Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for. What paperwork? I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful. You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report. That means that mass murderers? who killed 5 members of the aristocracy? He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now. It was all done under wraps. And he was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. Yes, much obliged, Gregson. Us lowly lot at the yard are just doing what we can in the shadow of the great Detective Sholmes, of course. Just gonna triple check that my... Oh. Did my stream actually cut out? I'm so confused. Are we... Did it actually cut out and now it's back? It says I've only been streaming for 6 minutes. Interesting. Okay, I hope it's back now. Okay, it died. Interesting, it died and then it came back. But on my end, everything looks good. Okay, so I read a little bit. I just got an item from Gregson. Oh. Just got this from Gregson. So I haven't taken a look at it yet. Apparently it is the... Oh, this is it. Condemned prisoner redacted for confidentiality. Pseudonym the Professor, death by hanging confirmed at midnight 17th June. Courtney Stevens. Who's Courtney Stevens? I don't think that's anyone we've heard of. Courtney Scythe? Okay. Maybe her daughter's name? This kid doesn't even have a name. Okay. Interesting. Alright. It looks like the stream is good. Okay. I will continue and hopefully it doesn't cut out again. At least it notified me on my PC that it cut out, which is really good. Okay. I think we're good. I hope. Fingers crossed. Alright, I wish you the best of luck, Professor. I suppose he'll be in there today, will he? Trevor. Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness. I'm so amazed that you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much. Counsel and the defendant, the trial is about to resume. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. This is gonna be a fun trial. This is it then, the final chapter. Funny, my heart's racing a little. I've not felt this before actually, this strange foreboding. As if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. But I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth. I have a feeling this is gonna be a long trial. Kazuma! In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the public hearing of Albert Harebrain here present. Sorry, I'm just adjusting my chair. Who stands accused of murder. Are the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed? The prosecution is ready, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Van Zieks has his apprentice with him, his apprentice with memory loss. If I may, Lord Van Zieks. Yes, my lord? There appears to be someone standing at your side. Ah, yes, my apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably. Oh my goodness. So dramatic. I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial. And the smooth running of liquid refreshments by the look of it. The way he holds himself, the way he moves. He couldn't be anyone else. But he's still suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing we can do at the moment. I know, but oh, this is so very hard. It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands of the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question. Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly. I know Susato is gonna be very strong. Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today, are you ready and willing to proceed? Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty. I do so despise deception and deceit. I find it so very wearing. To take a man's life with a conjuring trick, it is against the magician's code, not to mention the law. Any fake scientist should feel the wrath of God, if you ask me. She's not eating her corn. Oh, no, she is. We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence and settle on one. That's it, isn't it? Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all. If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Van Zieks. Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. Yesterday, at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case, the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion affected by unknown, okay, an unknown person or persons. It was what? An explosion? This is an outrage. Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithers and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames. I have here a photographic print of the scene taken in the wake of the explosion. Oh, but now we can see down. It shows what little remains of the machine. Yes, a terrible business. He did it to destroy the evidence, did he? That Enoch Drebber. The court will take this print as evidence, counsel. The metal floor of the stage has been blown open by the explosion. Late yesterday afternoon, the protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. Indeed, a most unfortunate state of affairs. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. He's really gonna keep saying that? That's his friend! Ugh. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine and who ultimately caused its loss of control. Objection. As Lord Van Zieks rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Esmond died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Names, counsel, if you please. The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, and the victim himself, Mr. Odi Asman. So what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Let's go. Thank you, counsels. The positions of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Van Zieks, summon your first witness, please. It better be Drebber. Prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to the stand. Okay, now, Drebber's mannerisms kind of freak me out because he's so robotic. State your name and occupation for the court. Name, Enoch Drebber. Occupation. Hard to pin down. I would say. Oh, they're chatting up about him. Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? A most extraordinary sounding business. But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Cleave it from your mind. You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago. The accused super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration. Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? It was you, Mr. Drebber, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. Or so our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it, in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all. Then the court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure. An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last. What? Good gracious, do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir? Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up. We've already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick.
Objection!
We've established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of staged trickery. But didn't the forensics team look at the machine? Couldn't they have also, like, seen if it actually worked or not? The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more. But we've procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exhibition. Understood. Hi Merlin, how's it going? Oh, thank you. I think it was... Actually, I think it's technically today is the affiliate anniversary. But I think all week it, like, notifies people that they can say, or celebrate with the party hat. But yes, thank you. It's been 2 years since I started streaming. Or I guess since I became an affiliate. I don't remember the day I started. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Asman's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. Okay. A body double? Like a wax figure? That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something has moved when in reality it hasn't. It's a basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines? Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Asman has no twin siblings. It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. But such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine. Whatever do you mean? Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Drebber. Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. Van Zieks literally emptied my argument? Did he? Oh, preempted my argument. I totally missed that, but I'm sure he did. Crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field. Investigation of the witnesses' workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for a young talent in science there. Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves. If our hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling, talentless scientists in the past. Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was an unfortunate accident, or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of the science? Oh, he said in advance that Mr. Asman had no twin siblings because he knew you'd use that argument. Ah. I feel like Reinosuke would definitely use that argument. But I know it's a wax figure. I didn't realize how long his hair was. Drebber's got some nice hair. Counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Okay. I will press on everything. When in doubt, press.
Hold it!
So you're already acquainted with Mr. Asman himself? Not really. By chance, I'd seen his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. But I had no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous investor, it was no concern of mine. Yes, I have to save Scum. I will definitely save Scum. As long as people pay their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for. So why did Mr. Asman approach you in particular then? Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering. Not to mention excellence in fraud. I love it when he goes, ooh. Hard to gauge, but the point is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given. Oh, what about the blueprints we found in his workshop? The ones he tried to burn. Did we ever get those? I don't think we did. Okay. In other words, the Kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles. To the robot. I mean, he's already doing it. Yes, you might say that. Professor Harebrain certainly has a mind like no other. There's a lot of orange text in everything he says. Interesting. Okay, blueprints. It's clear that you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic, however. Copy him next time? I don't know if I can. I can only do his one move. The but I can't do it robotically. Maybe not till I'm older and my joints are stiff. The more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. But your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think. It's a possibility that we have to explore. Unfortunately, though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. I hate it when he smiles like that. There's really nothing left to explore, is there? It appears that the Kinesis machine was fitted with a time-explosive device of some kind. You can do this one amazing move with just one little thing, arthritis, but my joints don't hurt today, so I'm good. No, usually when I have a flare-up, it's like my hand, like one hand at a time, or like one foot, maybe both feet. Yeah, and then it goes away after a while. But trust me, when the arthritis gets worse, I'll be dancing like this guy. So not a single shred of evidence remaining, I hear. He must have planned all this from the outset. But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment couldn't have been a trick. If the whole show is a fraud, would require a body double.
Hold it!
Of course, that's it. Mr. Asman. What? No.
Objection!
We already said that. Oh no. Mr. Asman had no twin siblings. No, I heard you before. But the thread of hope hadn't quite left me. The demonstration could have been a trick if there was somebody who looked sufficiently like the victim. But Dr. Scythe absolutely ruled that out as a possibility. It's beyond question that the victim himself, Mr. Asman, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to the fact. So it can't have been orchestrated using someone who looked identical to Mr. Asman then. Oh. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruto? Oh no, nothing. Just that the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim is playing on my mind. Okay.
Hold it!
I have ideas of what to present, but I'm not sure. According to the many witness reports from those there at the time, yes. Were you not there at the exhibition grounds on the day? Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop. Yet another of your unique inventions was found at the scene. He's gonna say, how can you prove it's mine? Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I labored over for many months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes, the birdcage plummeting headfirst into the tower. What a surprise. I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it? How would you have come by that information? Even an infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body. Yes, he'd been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver believed to belong to the defendant, and he had broken vertebrae as a result of a fall from a considerable height. Correct. My friend has been doing his research, it seems. Do we know which injury was the fatal one? It was the screwdriver. No? Oh. Forensic science is not yet at a level where such things can be determined. What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. And since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken, it's obvious that he fell from a considerable height. I suppose that's hard to deny. I'm just thinking back to the first case we played in the first game. I thought they were able to tell that Dr. Wilson died from poisoning before he got shot. but I don't remember how they found that out. Or maybe we just speculated. So you understood the science, did you? Not in the slightest. Oh, right. As I've said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I'm given. I would be inviting manifold problems if I foolishly allowed my brain to digest the ideas behind them. I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example. But how is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on? Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you? True. I had 6 months to learn, okay? Stand up for yourself, Mr. Norono. The point is, the experiment resulted in instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound. Yes, and really, experimental results are all that matter when it comes to proving a hypothesis. Okay, so I didn't learn anything from that. Oh no. We're able to establish that it was a piece of staged trickery rather than genuine science. We'll have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Harebrain's innocence. Okay. Seeing as the professor's an old friend of Lord Van Zeek's, what on earth must he be feeling towards Trevor? Okay, save scum. Time to save scum. Our neighbor's outdoor cat came up to our door and and baby had a standoff. You raised a coward, no. The cat came in, swooped on our front door, and baby did nothing? Really? My cats would be hissing. Although, I think Bagel would be like, you know when cats are trying to show their dominance and they like get all puffy, their tail gets puffy, and they get all like arched back to look big? I think that's what Bagel would do. And then Cece would probably just like hiss at it. She likes to hiss a lot. Cause yeah, even sometimes when I take one cat to the vet and I bring that cat home, they'll smell like the other pets, and then the other cat will get upset and like start doing that. Her ops were outside. She hissed a little and then basically just sat down. Oh, well that's good though, because maybe one day if you want to get another cat, it sounds like she'll be very open to it. Because I know Christian's sister got another cat, and when she brought the second cat in, like they were really calm and like nice. It's Pierce. Who? It's Trevor? Who's Pierce something? Also, hello. Welcome in. Yes, we're just save scumming because I'm not 100% sure what I'm gonna present. And I don't think I'm gonna get it right on the first try. I think it might be something here. Did he have a twin? I'm gonna try the head, and then if not, I'll try the glass.
Objection!
No, that did not work. Oh, on your return. Would you care to mull over precisely what you find odd about it on your return journey to Japan? Jeez. One mistake and they're ruthless. Yeah, he actually said that. Okay. I'm gonna try the glass.
Objection!
No. Oh my goodness. This might take a while. Alright, maybe let me just take it. Oh, I didn't. No, I don't want to do that. Hold on, I'm loading. Okay, gotta take a look at the evidence again. Okay. Hold on. Cause of death was the wound to the chest. It doesn't say that the fall was the cause of death. Maybe this is it. Ay, ay, ay. I don't know where to present anything. I can present people, right? Oh no, I can't. Okay. I feel like I gotta present something here. I'm just gonna try this.
Objection.
I don't think it's gonna work. Should this part be this difficult, or am I overthinking things? Okay. Let me look at this again. Okay, that's not that helpful. Okay. Maybe, oh. Maybe here? I present, because he or someone shot the balloon, so it wasn't an accident.
Objection.
Come on. No. What? Let's look at this again. I want to read what it says. Fostering talent for the future of scientific discovery. I feel like I have to present something here. Maybe I'll ask for a hint. Do I have to present something here? If anyone knows. Just a yes or no. No. Okay. Yeah, this is the first one. I saw the birdcage appear above their heads and crash headfirst into the tower. I think I already tried this.
Objection.
No. Oh, no worries. Definitely prioritize work over this. Oh, head first. Oh. Oh no. Oh, what have I done? I didn't catch that. Ah, thank you. I think I would have been stuck on that for way too long. Ah. Yeah, I'm happy you said that because I don't think I would have caught that. Okay. So it would be the cage? Because the base is damaged?
Objection.
Oh my goodness. Thank you. But I also think they'll be like, well, where's the bird cage now? It's gone. Also, did I get... Oh, I did get this photo as evidence. Okay. I just want to make sure it's here. We examined the bird cage that crashed into the crystal tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. Look at this photograph. Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the crystal tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely. I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying? Okay, but I think I had a good idea with trying to present this to prove that the cause of death was the screwdriver and not the fall. Anyways, that's the opposite of where they should be. That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the crystal tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two bird cages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Why is the beginning of GA in orange? Good gracious, explain yourself, witness. He's sweating. If we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower. But multiple witness reports claim it fell head first. The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage, following a spontaneous explosion at an altitude of some 60 feet above ground level, which is approximately 18 meters. It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower in the ensuing deflagration? Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable.
Objection.
But the victim's neck was broken.
Objection.
Oh, true. I never even realized that. He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed. Oh, I hate his laugh. Another bomb's gonna go off, isn't it? A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Though, to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebra, actually. He wasn't quiet for long. I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Van Zieks. This witness is clearly a swindler and one who deceived a personal friend of his. If you're going to establish this deception, do it right. Sorry? I feel like that's the undertone here. Ah, yes, and there's one more point. The defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates. What? It seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Drebber, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth. Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically after all. I nearly had him there. Oh. He's doing the robot. I don't think this guy is human. I think he died, but somehow built a robot body to keep him alive. The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from, so we know that's not true. Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on stage in front of the audience. Yes, there are lots of witnesses who saw Mr. Asman on the experimentation stage, that's true. And the victim's neck broke as a result of an impact following a fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere. The balloon that exploded was at an altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact on the tower was 30 feet up. That difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance the birdcage fell. And there's no other location from which the cage could have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. Ergo. Ah, I think I know what to do. The victim himself must have been beamed from the stage into the sky above the crystal tower. A trenchant scientific analysis. Dear me, every time I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly plausible. Oh yes, it's all very well thought out. Certainly, all the spectators on the day saw it. The birdcage plummeting 30 feet through the air, I mean. Irritatingly, yes. Okay. Let's... Oh. No. Okay. So I think with the new part of the testimony, I'm just gonna save. I think I have to use the new photo we got. Yeah.
Objection!
Because it could have fallen down. No. No. Not the Japan. No. I was so sure. You had the same thought. Okay. Well, the other thing I can think of is the balloon. Yeah, I'm relying on Save Scum. Not again. Are you serious? Oh my goodness. Why am I having such a hard time in this trial? Drebber's in my head. The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from. I can try the balloon?
Objection!
What? Okay, it's a little weird. I don't like it when they're a little weird. maybe I have to do this.
Objection.
Okay. I'm going with it. Okay. Interesting. That was just a yes. This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in midair before falling down into the crystal tower. A fall of about 30 feet or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. No. Where? Tell me. Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel. Okay. You will indicate the place to which you are referring. I think I have an idea. Please let me save. Please, please, please. Please. Okay, good. I think we have to show the distance here and then show the photo of the bottom opening up. Okay. Oh. So the location from which the birdcage could have possibly fallen. I don't know if I have to show up here or down here. We'll try first up here. Present.
Take that!
I had the right idea, but have to go, yeah, the roundabout way. That's fine. But that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with. Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on the stage. But what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself. Go on, counsel. Turns out that the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see it's about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. True, if our diagram had measurements, that would be very helpful. And that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if we assume there to be a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience have fallen almost exactly the same distance. And I wonder if they fell at the same time. Because then otherwise no one would have, or like people should have heard it fall. I love Van Zeke's face. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two.
Objection!
My friend has no evidence that the stage had such a... Oh, I do. Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the kinesis machine itself. It's true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion. Good lord, the metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone. Yes, most likely blown up by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. And Mr. Drebber, it was you who built the kinesis machine, which means that it was you who built the two bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. Whether Professor Harebrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference, because it's the construction of this machine that matters, a machine designed to take Mr. Asmund's life, and lay the blame firmly at the professor's door. Something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber. He's angry. He's going crazy.
Objection!
Time for a refreshing glass of wine. My friend has reached the end of his wild assertions. Don't smash it. The prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly but surely. What? Your argument fails to hold water. On 2 counts. 2? Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of staff from the exhibition has attested to that. And I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment. In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages.
Objection!
Yeah, I don't really know how that happened. I don't know. I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to. The nonsense with the crossbow, that doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point. Ah. And the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so. A motive? Do I have to think of everything myself? I have here a contract provided by the witness. What contract is this, Lord Van Zieks? Contract into which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Asman. It reads, Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all oh my goodness, I can't read. I know what this word means, I just can't say it. Anyways, from government grants or other income. 30%, certainly very favorable contractual conditions. But there was one very important provision bolted onto that clause. What provision? Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. Oh, were they switched? Like, I switched them, or the game switched them? Also, I have a suspicion that Drebber changed the contract. Okay, the game did. Okay, now I don't feel as dumb. Remunerations? Yeah. Anyways. Seriously, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asman's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. Oh, really? Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. Oh, okay. I'm glad they spelled it wrong. Because now I feel a bit better about myself. Oh boy. It seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Van Zieks, you will submit the contract as evidence, please. I'm doing great, thank you. Alright, let me take a look at this. It's true, if Drebber had no opportunity to switch the birdcage under the stage with the one in the Crystal Tower, he couldn't have done it. In any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. Oh, Capcom's not known for proofreading. Oh, Capcom. Examine. Terms of investment. The investor, Mr. Odi Asman, hereby enters into contract with the provider, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to fund labor and materials for the construction of a super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Oh. Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all they did it here again. Remunerations from government grants or other income. Mr. Driver may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. Okay. There's one aspect of your argument that still holds true. However, there were 2 bird cages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. Ah. So I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruto. And I've no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths, too. Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer. Aw, don't laugh. Today you learned? Oh, what? Hold on. I gotta Google how to pronounce this.
Remuneration.
Oh my goodness.
Remuneration.
Remuneration. Let's look at the other spelling. No, yeah, okay. Which spelling is correct? I need to know why it's spelled 2 ways. Remuneration is so rare, in fact, most people who do use it in day-to-day life mispronounce it as remuneration. This mispronunciation is understandable. People mistake the M and N. I need to learn more. Interesting. Okay, we all learned today. Oh, in the remaster. Yeah, English is hard. It's a tough language. Okay, moving on. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
Objection!
Yeah, I like remuneration better too. So it's remuneration. Got it. At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only 1 birdcage. Yet now we know there must have been 2. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Ooh. Get to the point. The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Driver. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. Where is the other birdcage? Can we find it? Does someone know where it is? So if circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved. Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. Mr. Driver had an accomplice.
Objection!
Who could it be? An accomplice now? Well then, I presume you're prepared for what's to come? Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else. Oh my god, you scared me.
Objection.
Why are you subbing to me, Christian? We're giving Twitch our money. But thanks, that was very nice. Oh, you're Prime! You're giving me the money back. Hey, thanks. Thank you, thank you. The classic third-person argument. I mean, in this case, I think it's true. Also, Christian, are you playing Tears of the Kingdom right now? I'm kind of jealous. But yeah, I guess if I had Prime, I would give my Prime to you too. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. You're still editing? Oh no. I hope it goes well. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. You need your content fix? Well, counsel, do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter? Yeah, but I don't know who. At the moment, there's little more than a hunch on my part. Oh! I'm gonna make a guess now and say that his accomplice could be this suspicious lady. Yeah. I don't know for sure if Drebber had an accomplice or even if he really is the culprit here. Okay, I'm also gonna make another guess, just so you guys know that I'm so smart and I'm gonna get it right away before anything else happens. I think when we finally get to see whose face this is, it's going to be the face of our victim. That's my guess. But we'll see. He helps me get ready for work. Aww. Oh, you wake up to a stream. That must mean you wake up kind of late. I guess time zones, though. Sorry to hear that. No. No, it was nice. I watched your stream today while I was at the gym. I didn't know what was happening, though. I just like to pretend I know. Wake up at 11. That's not too bad. We wake up at like 8, but we don't really have to. Okay. What is my stance going to be? Did Drebber have an accomplice or not? Name the accomplice or back down. Okay. Work at noon, that's kind of nice. Especially if you're not a morning person. I know for me, I tend to work more productively in the morning. So I would prefer to like work at 9 to 5. But yeah. The saltiness of Siege. Oh my goodness, I can't talk. The saltiness of Siege gets me prepared for the saltiness of dealing with the public. Honestly, I've seen his chat. If you can deal with if you can deal with Christian's chat, you can deal with anyone, I think. Okay. Somehow the 2 bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet, according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. But that inconsistency itself is a clue. Counsel. My lord? You have received a stark warning already. If you are nevertheless determined, then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. So, your answer please. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Drebber's accomplice? I think it's her.
Take that!
Did I get it right? What's wrong? Oh no, I got it wrong. Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that. Of course, I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. Okay, we got it right. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. I'm sure it will be alright, Mr. Naruto. Thank you, Mrs. Sato. The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy. If lawyers dress like this, I'd go to the courtroom daily? What, Susato? She's 16. Alright then, here goes. Or you're talking about Van Zieks. Van Zieks? The masked people. Oh, the masked guy. Okay. Do you remember? I don't know if I told you about this, but in the first game, our best friend dies and his name is Kazuma. And the guy in the mask is Kazuma. And he's not dead. Although, we don't know 100% for sure that it's him. We just think it's him. And I think he might also be 16. I don't know. Does it say his age? We don't know. We're not sure. We're not sure. I know Susato is sure, and Susato is almost always right, so I think it's him. Okay, kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, counsel, now. The person who colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Scythe. What the blazes are you talking about, Dr. Scythe? The head of the forensic investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim? You see, I don't think I would have thought of that, but because we got this and it says her first name on it, that's why I'm thinking it's her. We know there are 2 bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. Oh, then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It can only have been in that team's presence. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Scythe be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. I like how we haven't had to talk to the jury yet. It's not my favorite part. You've got a nerve, lad. Standing up there, dragging the Yard's name through the mud. I didn't mean to. I know the woman very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal? Oh! Did we... Hold on. Oh, we didn't get to keep it, but when we searched her office, we found that she spent a bunch of money on all those scalpels. Oh, no, never mind. I don't know what that was for. I was gonna say it was to pay for the wax figure, but they stole it and they didn't pay for it, so never mind. Your Honor, biased witness, motion to dismiss, juror number 6, true. Bye, Felicia. My headset is annoying me. There we go. I need to find, like, these are wireless and I need to find the wireless USB thing because I moved my PC this way and now the cable goes past my mouse. It's bugging me. But at least this isn't a game where I need to, like, move quickly. Thank you for the hydrate. I definitely have not drank enough water today. I drank a lot, but not quite enough. Ooh, okay. My friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once. A grave problem? Oh my word. Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? What? Certainly, if the birdcage contained the body of the victim was exchanged for another, that cage must also have contained a body. And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Which means that there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of the body double for Mr. Asman. How would he know all that? I don't know. My argument is that there were 2 bird cages and there must also have been 1 person inside each. But I don't know if I've got an answer to this yet, have I? He does know everything. Oh my gosh. What can I do to reveal how this body double stunt was achieved? I got this? I don't know if I knew. I want to present this. I think I have evidence, so I'm gonna present evidence. Like I have the waxwork or the glass. I might try the glass. Because we found it in the waxwork body. Yeah. Very well. The defense will address my learned friend's concerns by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Asman's body double. Good gracious, evidence? I do hope this isn't filibustering, counsel. This court is expecting a name. Okay, present it now. The body double and the bird cage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witnesses would only have seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of the explosion some 18 meters above the spectators? Aha. Ah? The waxwork head? I don't know.
Take that!
Yeah? Okay, I think that was right. I hope so. We know that the victim, Mr. Asman, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage. And therefore he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contains something else. What's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the crystal tower. Yes, counsel, according to your somewhat elaborate version of events. And that body double inside the second birdcage was in fact... It's alright, Mr. Naruto. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself and come out with it. Thank you, Mr. Sato. I needed that. I needed that too. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was as unbelievable. When did this appear? Who brought this here? Huh? Was this here the whole time? Huh? I don't want to look at this. I don't want to look at it. So that... open your eyes and look into mine. That is a wax figure in a wax museum called like the Hall of Horrors or something. And it's a guy who is hanged, but it's the professor who killed 5 people using his bloodhound. Yeah, so in the Waxwork Model Museum, it shows something that happened. I don't know if it actually did. Of the guy in the stand when he was younger going to visit the grave and seeing the guy crawl out of his grave. Oh, I hate it. Tell me, what are you playing at? Stand firm now, Rinosuke. This is the time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. Who brought this here? A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago, the professor.
Objection!
What is happening? You started by indicting the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. And now you've moved on to... Am I saying that right? Indicting? Waxworks? Yes, that's about the size of it. But why? And why this waxwork? It looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can he give? If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drubber. What? Just days before Professor Harebrain performed his public demonstration. Oh, is the D silent? Indicted? Okay, I thought I was indicted, but I was like, there's a C there. Mr. Drubber abducted this model from Madame Tussauds. Did you say abducted? And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum. Then the timing. Is this true, Mr. Drubber? Uh-huh. At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drubber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. But now the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second bird cage as a body double for Mr. Asman. We knew that a long time ago. Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist? That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience? And that to effect the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide? They're not gonna agree with me. Wait. Yes, if you put it like that, of course, it sounds implausible. My lord. I need to speak, if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Yeah, about not dealing with the jury. Now it's time to deal with them. They've been surprisingly quiet this time. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. Very good. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings for the court to hear now.
Guilty.
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 Guilty!
All of them?
Guilty.
Guilty. Fun. Alright. Yeah, that probably was a child, honestly. I don't know. She just eats corn. As indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus. I knew that was gonna happen. We shall get through this, Mr. Naruto, as we always do. And uncover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure. Yes, I agree. I'm going to have to appeal the jurors as usual and see if I can persuade them to change their minds. The defense will now embark on a summation examination. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Yeah, she's definitely too young for jury duty. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided that the defendant is guilty of the crime of which he is charged. Yeah, we didn't even ask this time. He was just like, alright, summation examination. He knows the drill. Alright, juror number 6, calm down. I've known that woman for years. She'd never be an accomplice to anything. It's utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another. Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork the man stole is nothing to do with the coroner, is it? I have had my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much. Then why would you say he's guilty? I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the bird cage. It's conjecture. Accusing someone without right evidences? He's not a proper job, is he? I won't have it. Okay. I'm thinking of pitting the magician against the cop. We'll see how that goes. Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion. Given that its face is obscured and its build in no way resembles that of the victim, I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it as Mr. Asman's body double. Yes, the applause is deafening. And yes, I know it seems extraordinary, but that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruto? I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used, why it had to be this model. Really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean? Yes, and I'm convinced. It's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim. Oh. I wonder who it would look like then. I don't know. Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Yes, agreed. I have to find a way out of this. If you are ready, counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. From 10 years ago, who could it be? A professor. Okay. I think I have to press. I want to ask the magician what he is talking about.
Hold it!
What sort of problems? Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street. Right, I see. Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences. So we perform our great magic in parks, on street corners, and the like. But the police use any excuse.
Not in my day.
Okay, there we go. Pursue.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Ottermole? Who are you calling a mass murderer? Oh, sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him. I don't look anything like the man. You ought to be locked up, sonny. Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Does he? Perhaps we can move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. Can you put your gun away, man? And clearly you do. Back in my day, back in the good old days, it wasn't like this. What was it like, sir? We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then. Respected you? No one would have called a coroner into question in them days. A coroner's report was the hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens, not Courtney Sype. She was the best of the best.
Hold it!
Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens? Sorry, got a bit carried away there. Stevens is Dr. Sype's maiden name. Her maiden name, so that was before she was married. Of course, yes, silly me. It's Sype now, isn't it? Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently. Anyway, the point is, those were the great days of policing, not like now. Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name? Well, yes. I don't see why not. Interesting. But I can't present evidence. I want to press on
Hold
this.
it!
We're only just starting to understand this case. What are you reading there, sir? The man behind those murders on Solar Pond Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing for you. That's really not relevant to this case, is it? You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Scythe in charge of examining the bodies. And it was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible. Interesting. That's right. Oh, that woman is at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of old tosh. I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around. Okay. Oh.
Hold it!
Why would you assume that? Well, quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he? True. As it stands, we don't know of any connection. Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have a mutual interest in the waxwork. Romantic? A woman of society such as myself views everything in terms of relationships, you know. Well, you learn something new every day, even if you don't want to. One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there. This woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for. If that's the woman's stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Scythe would be enough. Yes, I agree. As soon as we have even a whiff of a connection, she'll be the first to know. Okay.
Hold it!
I'm gonna press on everything. You claimed the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick. That I did, but there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there? Sorry? I grant you, given that this cage appeared from amidst an explosion, there'd have been no need to use a real person. But if a waxwork had been used, the culprit could at least have had the decency to make him look like the victim. I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency. The point is, if you're going to make a claim about the waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science. Oh, I have evidence! I suppose we should expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. But that perhaps means his mind can be changed if we manage to present suitable evidence. Evidence that the Professor Waxwork was inside that birdcage. Yes, I can. Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir. Oh? I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men. Excuse me? So given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here. So you don't trust anyone? Yeah, I'm not gonna read that. Looking in the mirror must be very trying. This game, it's bad, and there's some xenophobia too. Not some, there's a lot. Save scum, save scum. Oh, no! I hit load instead of... Oh, what about the autosave? Yeah, the autosave is where I should go. It's okay, it's okay. Okay. Not gonna do that again. Okay, wait. Oh, are we still reading his? Okay. We're fine. We're fine. I just want to check juror number 6. Okay, so he did. We don't have to do that again. We just have to press him now. Ah, no.
Hold it!
Okay. It's okay, we can skip through this fast. Thank goodness for autosave. Okay. Save. Save. Good. Alright. Oh yeah, the glass.
Take that!
I mean, we have no way of proving we found that in there, but okay. Was that a piece of glass? Though it's unusually thick for glass. Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket on the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower. The crystal... Holy smoke! Exactly. The centerpiece of the Great Exhibition where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of this special glass. From whence this small piece originated. Is that it? Precisely. So what do you say? Now that the clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you. Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it. In light of what you've shown me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter. In that case, juror number 4, you will amend your statement now, please. Presence of that piece of glass leaves me a little in doubt that the waxwork was indeed inside that birdcage. Okay.
Hold it!
I'll press this quick. I've gotta ask, why have you brought that corn into court with you? Colonel Cobb? He's been growing back on the farm. Picked him off on me way into town. He's proper nibbler, is he? Or he is. Yes, the nibbling seems to be taking quite a while. Maybe you could wait until after the trial? Oh, I don't like the sound of that. You need colonels at times like these. Hey, why does she remind you of me? Whenever I have something big to decide, the colonel always point me in the right direction, see? You're talking about your cob of corn? Nibble, nibble, guilty, bobble. Nibble, not guilty, out. What? This might be a while. Perhaps it's asking to fortune telling with flower petals. Oh, it's akin to fortune telling with flower petals, like people do back home. She does have infinite corn. That would be nice. Could you not at least wait until we've had more time to find the truth before deciding on the defendant's guilt? Oh, I don't know about that. My tumb's awfully full already. Amazing. Okay. I'm just gonna skip this. Okay. So, Courtney Stevens. I think I have to... Hold on. Let me save and not load. I think I have to pit her with this guy.
Objection!
Because then I can show them that it's connected. Juror number 2. Me? What can I do for you? I presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Scythe, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before. Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. But oh golly, I'm afraid I fail to see what you mean. Dr. Scythe's maiden name is Stevens, and through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork and the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it. My goodness, evidence, you say? How utterly enthralling. Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope there is substance to your claim. Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Scythe to the mass murderer known as the Professor. I'm just gonna present. No saving. I'm confident. I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago. A 10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does that have? It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor. The Professors? But the man was a capital offender, so... That's right. This is a certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public. You guys. What if the identity is Lord Strongheart? Could that be a possibility? I'm wondering because he was talking about the forensics department and how like they're gonna take over and all that. Just a guess, no one tell me if I'm right. It's not the girl with the corn. Definitely not. She's probably 10 years old and wasn't even born when this happened. What's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. Oh my, Courtney Stevens. Strike a light. It appears that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Scythe 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Drebber very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Tuspel's. A waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Asman, at all. And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events? Okay, but also to further back my theory about Lord Strongheart. Lord Strongheart's office is full of knights in armor? Or like the suits of armor? And the thing on the head is something that looks like that? Okay. There's no doubt in my mind that the professor case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover between Dr. Courtney Scythe and Mr. Enoch Drebber. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is all most extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further. Yeah. Quite right. We can't let this trial come to an end now. Not while there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best coroner. It wasn't like this in my day, but we're still here to uphold justice in the end. Alright, so now I think we pit her against him. Because we have evidence. I think.
Objection!
Please work, please work. I didn't save. If you could put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5. Oh, you mean me? He pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence, but the accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the juror sitting beside you. Oh, is that right? Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument? I don't understand much beside Colonel Cobb, to be honest. Of course you don't. If I could interject here. Please do, sir. Now that this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me, as a man of science, not to pursue the matter further. Okay, now we're even. We need one more, though? I think we do. Well, me too, then. Okay. If this Brady gentleman says he's right, then he must be. See, I wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Cobb or anyone who's got stuff in between the ears. We did it! The judge is, like, planning his retirement as we speak. Thank you, counsel. That will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now call guilty against 4 who call not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time, and the trial must continue. We did it! Oh, well done, Mr. Naruto. Another wonderful victory. We did it. Kazuma's so impressed. Waxwork of the despicable professor, used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say, it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation. It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link. I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't. The truth, sir, by using evidence and testimony. If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness. The owner? Madame Tuspels? Why would she know anything? I really thought that Lord Van Zieks would object to this whole line of inquiry. Maybe she knows what the face looks like. Or she has the key? Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Tuspels to appear as a witness with immediate effect. Okay. Listen carefully, my friend. Oh, yes? You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box. When am I not? The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare her for taking the stand. Madame Tuspels, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord. I think I'll play more. Ba, ba, ba. What are we at now? Trial part 3 still? Am I 50% done? Someone in chat might know. Who do I think did it? Hold on, let me just see. It still says part 3? Why is this part 3? Okay. Yeah, you can answer if we're at least 50% done. I would like to know too. Okay. I think the waxwork head is Lord Strongheart. And who stabbed the victim? I think that so we're at the halfway point in this trial today. Okay, whether it's the last year or not, I won't say. I think this is the last part because Rinosuke was like, this is the last chapter. So I think it is. I don't know. I don't know. Who would have stabbed him? I think it was either an accident, like the screwdriver went flying or something, or it was Drebber. Not Toby. If Toby was in on it, I will be shocked. I would not play the rest of this game. Oh, the knight errant himself. Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes? I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. I have to ask, what on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he? Of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heart felt sympathies. As it turns out, Lord Van Zieks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized, isn't he? Now I'm wondering if the professor is Van Zieks' brother. No, I don't think so. Because the brother died from the professor. Oh my goodness, I don't know what's happening. His great friend from university in the dock. And now a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man. You make it sound deliberate. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling. Oh yes, in what particular manner? Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Van Zieks. It seems that everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow. Yes, in fact, I alone am not a member of the set. Though that leaves me as an empty set. All alone with no intersection to any other. Who's this? Why are you here? Dr. Scythe? She's like, why have you brought me here? Dr. Courtney Scythe. Nay, Stevens. Good day to you. Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. What in particular, pray? You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing? Oh, you guys can't see her face. Just know that she always looks angry. Because Gregson told me. To think, it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant. Ugh. A policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Scythe. And I have accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. That certainly won't be possible. Lord Van Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. I wonder why. Lord Strongheart. The Pandora's box you are warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice. I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets, none at all. Aha. Aha! And that's all I came here to say. Aha! So she let Lord Strongheart go. Okay. Okay. She mentioned it too, this Pandora's box. Whatever does it all mean? There's really no cause for concern, I assure you. When the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you like it or not. No. Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits. I'm gonna be upset if this case ends up like the third case in the last game, where we just get like a really confusing trial and then it ends and then someone's gonna die. Ugh. Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of a doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. Don't say that about Toby. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. I can't take him seriously with that outfit. Alright, I understand. Thank you. Good. I shall make myself scarce then. Oh, it's caramel! I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on that as you gnaw away at the truth. Well, I could take him a little more seriously when he was in his detective outfit, but not in this one. What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. Oh my gosh, I'm a little concerned about what's gonna happen. It's time for the final chapter then. I'm determined to find the truth, no matter what. So I think this will be the last bit of this episode. Deep breaths. I don't like this being here. Take it away. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue? The prosecution is ready, my lord. Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready. As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with the damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet now we found ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation. As seems to be the fate of all trials in which this man is involved, my lord. So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Lord Van Zieks, my lord, are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tussauds? Not at all. She's in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned. Toby is precious. Very well, bring in the witness. At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Tuspels to the stand. Things are about to become a lot more intense. If Drebber is responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have had an accomplice in Dr. Scythe. And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present it's all we have to go on. Oh. Oh, she's making a wax model of Sholmes. My name is Madame Esmeralda Tuspels. I'm a waxwork artisan and the proprietress of the Madame Tuspels Museum of Waxwork. You'll have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon. Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are two of them in the world. Oh my, what expression is she carving onto that face? A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this? Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped. A waxwork model kidnapped? Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, this was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim? At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odie Asman. But of course, I know him well. He is a part of my odious personages exhibit? I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all. Okay, I have a question though. How does Madame Tuspels know what the professor looks like? No one has explained that, have they? Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar. Are you suggesting that we should see now the demasked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock. This is absurd. Pardon? I don't know what face you've carved onto your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly, it won't be that of the actual killer. Indeed, the man's identity was never made public after all. The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There is no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information. Unless she was at that case. Quel dommage. It would seem you are unaware of the Tuspels' principles. What principles? The family Tuspels has always prided itself on sculpting its models à la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voila our principles. There's a well-known legend about the Tuspels' waxworks from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Tuspels family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site. You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We Tuspels will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects. Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose. It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generations. Okay, I was an English major, but I don't know all of the words. Do you know all the video games? No. Okay, leave me alone. Do you mean to say that beneath the mask? Oui, the true visage of the killer is there. This is ludicrous. It's out of the question. The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tussauds special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer, emerging from his own grave, it is a sight to behold. You should come. I think, Madame, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model? I don't know if I said that right. And your personal involvement in its creation. With pleasure. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Tussauds family principles. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger. Oh, so she got... Oh, she got Enoch to take the photo of his face. Maybe. Interesting. Can be understood through tough, thorough thought and though. I remember even when I was in university, I wrote an essay and I spelled though wrong. And I'll never forget. But I had to like handwrite an essay for an exam. Oh, my spelling was awful because I'm so used to the autocorrect. Okay, I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered. The gravedigger? The man sanctioned this? Oui, I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did it do, huh? So you truly saw it? The face of that monster? Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But Tussauds would not be Tussauds if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures. I don't believe this. I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, Madame. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave. The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. The special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article. It was the most detailed account of what happened as reported by the eyewitness who saw it. Oh, it gives me the chills. Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words. The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That is why I have reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum. And it's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it? That is correct. The professor you see here before you... Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Scythe, and there has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Scythe and Drebber were in on this crime together. Oh, you know what I think I need to do is look at the new evidence that we have. Okay, Mr. Drebber's dreadful encounter. Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay. I don't know what to do here. I think I'll just press. I have ideas, but I don't know what to do with them yet. That rumor would be a 10-year-old tale now, but one that no Londoner would ever forget. Alright, I know just what you're talking about, I think. Of course, it couldn't be anything else. Yes, that story will never disappear. The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. That is the central attraction of my house of horrors. The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it was like this. It was in Lowgate Cemetery behind the prison in the dead of night after the execution of the killer. The interned professor slid back the stone slab covering his tomb and emerged from his grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside him. But an instant later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. The bullet struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more. The scream finally found its way to the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life. Okay, that's new information. The corpse climbed out of his own grave, and then somebody shot him? Who was it? Nobody knows, even today. But remember, it was just a rumor, perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. The good people of London, they love stories like this. That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital. But was it just a story? Oh yeah, I'd run too. I mean, I wouldn't be there in the first place. This is exactly the scene that can be seen today at your museum, isn't it? Oui, that special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. For a while afterwards, the contents of that article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable. Madame, might I say something? Please, go ahead, mademoiselle. When something is described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely made up. I believe that often rumors contain elements of the truth. Ah, I see that people from the East can be just as astute as the people of Europe. Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful? It is not possible for the dead to come back to life. Sorry? 10 years ago, I was there in Lowgate Cemetery. After the criminal, known as the professor, was killed by hanging. I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. So I can assure you, the man was dead. I see. Huh. It would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate. Okay. Okay, oh my gosh, I don't know what's happening. Is that true of every waxwork in your museum then? It is, assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know. What sort of letters? When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me. Comment ça? No, my museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into a waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals, a symbol of status even. Because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax. And it is thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course, the professor, whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse. There are no exceptions to the principles of two spells. I want to know if we know the gravedigger. Surely that's illegal, isn't it? It would seem the proprietress of this repository of novelties was blinded by monetary greed. It had nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to sculpt him, to record this history. It is the reason d'etre of the Two Spells Museum. But if the man was convicted in closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity. I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the professor. Do you realize what you're saying? The professor's identity is a national secret. I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close. Of course it will. As will your entire museum if you don't tread very carefully, madame. That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think, don't you? So, 10 years ago, on the night of the professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse. Oui, exactement. Okay. Okay.
Hold it!
You were there longer than you expected to be? I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open, and I had some problems with the chin. The cadaver? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing, and consequently, his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night, I was alone. And as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time. What do you mean? When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death. Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant? It is because of rigor mortis. A rigor mortis? It's the name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. Rigor mortis, the stiffening of the body after death. Oh, I don't want to think about that. Then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered. Well, that was an education, if a slightly scary one. As the Mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw. I see, so that's why you wait. Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it's very difficult to do my work. Ooh, it's getting hard for me to do my work with all of this talk of corpses. I wonder about that information the courts just heard. Maybe it's significant. Would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see. Of course, I do not mind at all. I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave. This is no time for jokes, Miss Susato. Madame, kindly amend your testimony as discussed. Bien-sûr. Took me a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis. I feel like I have to present something there. Okay, we are on part 4 of the trial. I knew it. Here we go. Okay. Let me examine this again. You want one of those? No. If you buy one of those, we're not putting it in the house. Oh. Let me see. Midnight, 17th of June. Read this. At Lowgate Cemetery, just behind the prison on the night of that foul demon's execution, the newly swimming professor forced off his grave cover as he clawed free of the earth. The young man who witnessed the scene was on the verge of raising a shriek when in the next second a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. The youth then finally released the scream he had been holding and ran for his life. The university student who experienced the shocking events is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms. Mad sheep rampage? That's way more exciting. I'm just skimming the other stuff on there. Mad CC rampage. I don't know. I'm just gonna make a guess. I'm gonna try presenting the autopsy.
Objection!
Hey, good guess. Maybe because... No, I have no idea why this worked. I guess I'll find out. I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. And is that a problem? I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradict one another. I think it might be the timing? Because it says midnight? According to her testimony, Madame Tussauds was creating her wax impression just before dawn. Oh, because dawn is when the sun sets, right? And then dusk. No, dawn. What? When is dawn? Dusk is in the evening, and dawn is in the morning. Oh, I see. I see. Am I correct so far, madame? You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 to 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time. But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Seid's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th June. No. If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would already have set in. Yes, you were right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. This very idea is absurd. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Oh, that's not a fun fact. I don't like hearing that. You have 8 minutes of brain activity left? Ugh. I don't want to think about death while I'm playing a game about murder. Ugh. Order. Counsel, this is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Scythe, you also implicate members of staff at Barclay Prison, where the execution took place. Chickens with their head cut off still run around. Ew, why are you guys telling me this? I don't want to know. My friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact. Is it another Silent Sea? Are you kidding me? The professor died that night without question. He did, of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands. Oh. Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows? He died from the gunshot. Didn't die at... Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case? You know what? I studied English, but I don't know some of these words. It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Scythe and the professor. And that one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night. Counsel present the evidence at once. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution? Hold up. Save. I hate it when they demand evidence and I'm not prepared and I'm like, what? Okay, what happened the night of the professor's execution? There's blood on the camera. I'm gonna try... Wait, did I save already? I'm sure I did. I've just gotta save again. I'm gonna try presenting
Take
this.
that!
What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery. You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now? Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection!
Don't be a fool, that's simply a rumor published by the gutter press. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened. My word, yes indeed. The young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection!
Not by chance. Of course, there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up. And in any case, that was 10 years ago now. There would surely be no hope of finding him.
Objection!
Objection! Objection! On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well. What? Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place? Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here before my very eyes. You will substantiate your latest claim now then, counsel. Who is the alleged witness? That's an easy one. It's Trevor!
Take that!
The man in question is Mr. Enoch Trevor. Trevor? The previous witness? The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tussauds Museum of Waxwork. Oh, it was the same word. I just got it wrong again. Indict. Oh, the other one was indicted. That's why. Ah. I need to shape up with my English. Recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. Indicted. That's what I said. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon a terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Trevor. Alright, bring him back. We have to question him. Surely not, counsel. Trevor was there? In Lowgate Cemetery? What is all this talk about Mr. Trevor? Is the name significant? Of course, Madame Tussauds doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, Madame. To your situation as well, in fact. What situation? The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man. No. That would mean Madame Tussauds. It would appear you know the name Enoch Trevor. Oui, yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past. What? Oh my. Good gracious. Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know. I think he was the gravedigger. Yes, of course. You thought she was 20? I thought so too, honestly. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. Okay, but it literally is on that newspaper. Oh, apart from in one newspaper. It's not possible to survive being buried alive. Ooh. Oh, I don't like hearing that. Ooh. The Daily Circus. It's the paper from which comes the article I've already shown the court. You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article? Goodness me, yes, here it is. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber. Hey, don't say that, Christian. You're gonna scare me. Ugh. Also, their litter boxes are like, they have that much litter in it. There's no way. There's no way. Unbelievable. When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my house of horrors, whether it was the truth or not. I see. So you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt a waxwork of the man, did you? Exactement. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. There's no way he could have come out of his grave, but you're forgetting the fact that this is Ace Attorney and anything is possible. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork, and since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery. He looks like he's 90 because apparently after he saw the guy come back to life, he was so shocked that all his hair turned white. Or so he claims. So, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death, re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. He did drugs? Oh no. Oh, true, maybe that's why he's so old looking. I mean, after what happened, that might explain why. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asman, but that same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated Dr. Scythe would have noticed immediately. Meth is a hell of a drug. Do you think that's what he did? And yet she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court had seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor, is that what you're saying? Right, Darkly, we're still on case 3. It's been a lot. I think we're almost at the end though. Yeah. Dr. Scythe put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who is still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double. Okay, that explains it a bit. This court must summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected. But according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case? She told us so herself, didn't she? Lord Van Zeeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you are warned about is the Professor case. But please, don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago. And surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zieks. True. The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped? What does that mean? But Lord Van Zieks, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office. Oh, okay. He just objectioned the judge. The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me. Yes. Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together. Okay. Very well. I will uphold your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect addressed to Dr. Scythe of the Forensic Investigation Team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders. Alright then, Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could never have been committed. I'm just a stone throws away. I can feel it. The truth behind all this is about to come out. Oh, we have all three of them. Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Scythe. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zieks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Yeah, Van Zieks does not care, and I'm here for it. Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt. Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Scythe, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. The challenge was that you'd get a... Oh, I missed it. Splatoon 3... multiplayer? Oh no. Get a random weapon before every game. Got one of my favorites. The enemy team all had weapons that were as fast as CC. I fell on catnip. Oh no. Oh, CC on catnip is funny. She is crazy. This model of the killer, known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago. Your mistake was to fight children in a video game? True. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes, and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. Is that so? According to newspaper reports from the time on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Scythe's. A secret so profound, it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Ah. Mr. Drebber, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. So he was the student who saw it. can see the resemblance actually, can't you? With the man and Madame Tussauds. Surely he's not going to claim that's really what he saw, especially not after all these years. He was a research student at the University of London. A bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me. Oh, he's not gonna like that. What an interesting twist. Most ironic part is that my best game was me using this stupid pencil. Oh no. I hope at least you're having fun though. When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now here we are 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters, and in a court of law too. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank, I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth. Fun in a multiplayer game? He goes like this. Oh, sorry, I'm a little tired. This game is just exhausting. You'll tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, of course, as you wish. Yeah, this guy has got very robotic movements and it's very strange. A lot of the characters in these games are very weird. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. What? Full of lies. Wait a minute, you're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now? Of course. You'd have to have a screw loose if you believe a corpse would come back from the dead. So you're saying this article is not worth the paper it's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly. If the details in the article aren't true, it nullifies your argument for why Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe would have been working together. So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument? Tell me, witness. You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate? That's right. Grave robbing, to be precise. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So among students at the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. Grave robbing, you say? Okay, but they're all prisoners. Oh. Oh, he just wanted the corpse to sell. Oh. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead. So you're one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge on society. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name, the Repurposers. That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. Oh, thank you for the follow. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? Ah yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. Hello, hello. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done, claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish. Very foolish. Well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed the cross-examination now. At once, my lord. Okay. Is this guy's bones broken or something? Why did he do that? I don't know. I don't know.
Hold it!
I want to press on this. This article, you mean, published in the Daily Circus? Yes, somebody informed the dean that it was my name that appeared in the article, and carelessly let slip that night after night I was digging up graves. Hardly a model student, you might say. A fancy scientist guy, of course, he's clockwork themed. True. Maybe he's also got a link to Strongheart, because Strongheart has all the clocks too. He is doing the robot, and he is a robot. He was expelled. I had no idea. And having been run out of university, you found employment in a somewhat specialist trade. The last scientist was basically called stupid in his name. Yeah, true, true. You combine your knowledge of science with knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before-seen technology. And you use those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. Professor Albert Harebrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he? Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort. Okay. I'm just going to skip this. She's giving support. I'm just skipping over it because usually there's like a hint in what you need to do, but it doesn't actually add to the testimony that much. And reading this game is exhausting on my voice. Okay. I'm gonna have to press on everything, I think. By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, don't you? Surely, you only need to look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that. Is this anime? Peter, I've been playing this game for so long. Of course. Well, technically it's not. It's JRPG? But a story not RPG. I don't know. Who on earth would want to buy a dead body? Any major hospital. A hospital? In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Ooh, how is Wind Waker? I think that is like a really big favorite of most people. As aspiring scientists, we young research students had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. So we made something arrangements with the hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the graves. This was all for the furtherance of science, you see. Oh, the cats! Oh my goodness. Now is not the time. We're trying to solve a murder, but I'll get them. The puzzles were simple. Dungeons were 20 to 30 minutes. Oh, but you lived as a kid. But it was a drag to get through now? Oh, I was gonna grab the treats, but I have another thing. Another redemption for treats. So I'll just crack my door open and see what cat comes in. I don't wanna... Oh, here's one. It's Cece. Hi. She looks so tired. I am giving them treats because I didn't want to run downstairs to get them. To get the cat. Come here, Cece. Come here. Come here. Come here. I literally have a treat here. Here's Bagel too. Okay, we get both. Take you 15 minutes max? Come here, cats. Time's up. Excuse me. I'm the boss here. Alright. I will have to grab them. Give me a second. Christian, don't do it. Don't do it. Can you guys hear me? Wait, the game music stopped. I'll fix that after. Okay, Cece's eating a treat, but I got her. Let me know if you can't hear me, or if you can. Or she doesn't want me to hold her. Hey, say hi to Peter, Cece. Your Uncle Peter. I'm in the same room now. The boiler room. I'm in the same room, but I moved the desk. So it looks nice. I'm still audible, okay? I don't know why the music stopped. Cece! She's calm for now. Bagel didn't want to come up, so I'm gonna grab him next. I bet she's only being nice because she got a treat. I think so. I'm gonna give Bagel one because he didn't get one. And then hopefully he'll smile for the camera a little more. Here. Ooh, dumbass. There you go. And then I'm gonna have to kick them out. Wow, you eat that fast, Bagel. Oh, he's such a big cat. My goodness. Look how big he is. He's a long boy. Oh, he hates this. He hates it so much. Oh, Bagel boy. Oh, okay. So the game music is still going on for you guys. Yeah. Gotcha. Okay. Cats, I have to banish you now. I will do that off camera, so give me a second. I'll be right back. Oh, excuse me. You don't think you've ever heard anyone affectionately say you dumbass? Well, you heard it here, folks. There's a first time for everything. Oh, that was a nice cat break from all the murder and the this and the this. Oh, Phantom Hourglass. Yeah, I think that was the first Zelda game I played myself. Because my brother played Majora's Mask, Ocarina of Time, and Wind Waker. And I just watched him play a lot of games like that. But I never really wanted to play them myself. And then I got Phantom Hourglass on the DS and I played that one. I remember being a bit scared of it though. But I'm scared of random games like Ace Attorney. I don't know why. I was the first Twitch viewer? What? Of what? Got to a part of the sea where there were a shit ton of rocks and monsters died and probably stopped playing. Oh yeah! Yeah. I don't know why. I just never wanted to play the game. I just wanted to watch. Until I found Harvest Moon. My brother played that and I was like, you can marry people and have a farm and have a family? Like, that's so cool. And then that's when I started playing video games. And Animal Crossing. Oh, and Cooking Mama. I love those games. Okay, shall we get back to the murder? You realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you were caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences. We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research. Professor Harebrain said exactly the same. I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity with which you've revealed the subordinate's behavior. Well, if you wanted to know why I was at Lowgate Cemetery, that's the reason. But I never expected it to end the way it did. That I regret to this day. Heh. Play the Animal Crossing on the DS, and I remember Tom Nook getting mad at me because I kept trying to leave while I was supposed to be working for him. Oh no. Yeah, the first Animal Crossing game I played was on GameCube, Population Growing, because we had a friend. It was actually my brother's friend, and that friend had every video game as soon as it came out. So I would go with my brother to my brother's friend's house to play all the video games. I think his cousin was my age, so I was friends with his cousin. And man, those were the days. I bet that's why Kid Me was trying to leave. He does! Tom Nook should be cancelled. He sucks. And his loans are crazy.
Hold it!
Okay. A strange happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny. Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time. You know, I was shaking like a leaf. But they didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very nearly arrested myself. So you went to the papers instead? I started big with the London News, but unsurprisingly, they didn't want to know either. In the end, though, it was reporters from the gossip rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story. And it spread like the plague through the capital as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale. The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets. And yet only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories. That raccoon coming for your kneecaps? Oh no. Tom Nook's coming. What about the article in the Daily Circus? That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. So I recounted to him exactly what had happened that night. But you said that didn't happen. What? From your description, he drew this illustration. Precisely. That's how I learned that the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see. Newspaper reporters are wont to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. So the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate then. Well. Hi Gizmo, how's it going? Okay, this part I need to ask about. What are you talking about? I think I explained already, didn't I? Millgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison, so it was renowned amongst us students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night. As a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life. But you said you actually saw it. I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. What the heck is happening? Now that it's summer, it's time for me to lower the local shark population. True. I should do that too. I haven't played Animal Crossing in a long time. I was going to tune into stream but knocked out. Just woke up. No worries. You missed a lot. So if things are confusing, I'm sorry. And we're almost at the end of this case, I think. After all, the resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise. All you need to know is Toby did not do it. Toby's a dog. It's been 5 months? Oh my goodness. I hate how the villagers call you out on the exact amount of time it's been since you talked to them. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night. The villagers are you talking to Drew? I don't know. Is there any material evidence that could show he really did see the professor? If we have anything at all, Mr. Naruto, I know. I need to present it against that irritatingly backtracking statement of his. The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life. Okay.
Hold it!
That young woman being Madame Tussauds, of course. Precisely. I must say, I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article, and como ça, I found the man. Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time, and the young lady put £5 in front of me. So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded. Ah, oui, I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day. Huh? Did you? I can't say I remember. What was it? Oh, the camera. Ah. Oh yes, I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery. You took a camera with you, sir? To what end? To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. I'm getting followed by Twitter accounts advertising VTuber, Twitch overlay commissions and stuff. Most of their tweets are DM me if interested. By the way, pic included in this tweet is a reference from the web. Are they just advertising someone else's work? And they're not even trying to hide it? Also, if anyone can make a VTuber or Twitch overlay, it's you, Darkly. No one can even compare to your artiste. Your artwork. Yeah, they're probably just bots. I hate the bots. I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it. I see. But I still have it, monsieur. It's part of the special exhibit in my house of horrors. No, I'm gonna get ahead of myself. I'm very meticulous about such details. It is the Tuspel's way. It would seem then that this is the very camera Mr. Drebber took with him to Logate Cemetery on the night in question. Yes, interesting. Graphic design is not your passion? Actually, I want to examine this again. There's nothing inside. Okay. We already read this before, so that's why I'm skipping it. Maybe with it open. Okay. Might as well get into the VTuber design industry. Just draw their eyes closed. Most of them are asleep. Okay, so I have a few ideas here. Let's try...
Hold it!
Ah, I didn't mean to do that. I'm gonna try presenting this. No. Not the journey to Japan. Okay. The only other thing I can think of is this part. And I might have to present the award for excellence in science that was found in his workshop, a very prestigious award for a young scientist.
Objection!
No. Ay, 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 this is why we save scum. Oh, I'm gonna try presenting this. No. Yeah. He's contradicting himself. Oh my goodness. Should beat him up. We're breaking so many laws in the courtroom anyway. Just have a full-on brawl. I'm so confused. Okay. I don't know if I want a hint yet. I think, can you just tell me if this part is really hard to figure out? It's not Toby's fault. I'm trying to think of what evidence I haven't presented yet. Bye, Darkly. Enjoy work. I hope it goes well. I have a feeling... Okay, it's not hard to figure out. That makes me feel bad. Can you answer yes or no? Do I need to present the camera? Because I have a feeling I do. But I don't want to know where if I... Okay. Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. Maybe I present it here, because his reason for going, why would he bring... Oh, he already said why.
Objection!
I'll just try it. I'm not doing well today. Not doing well in court. Oh, this game is rotting my brain. That's why.
Objection!
I'm so confused.
Objection!
Did I really present it in every single one except for the right one? This one?
Objection!
Are you sure I have to present it?
Objection!
Why am I getting it wrong? I think I tried it on everything. Did I miss something?
Objection!
I'm so lost. Okay, you're back. Yeah, I think I need another hint. I tried presenting the camera on everything. It didn't work. It's a multi-part one? So maybe I need to present the camera after, but there's something before. Have we presented anything to Statement 3? I've presented the camera. And it didn't work. I can try the article.
Objection!
Oh my goodness, that's it? Ay, ay, ay. I guess it makes sense now. I guess it makes sense because he says, oh, I never saw the professor, but the article shows him looking at the professor. Oh my goodness, my brain. I've been playing this game too much. Ay, ay, ay. Don't believe what. Thank you for your help, guys. Your latest claim. You did see the professor that night 10 years ago. Oh dear, we seem to be at odds. I'm on the right track, okay. But I was there, and you were not. I know what I didn't see. The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb, wearing an iron mask. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago, it was decided in the closed court's ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial. Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face, but obviously the provision of this mask was not public knowledge. So, Mr. Drebber, as you've just heard, a lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. So unless you'd actually seen the professor that night... Oh! It's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in that illustration. Ah. Okay. Yeah, my brain was not working hard enough to figure that out. It's also almost 11, which is almost my bedtime. It's a vile scene, isn't it, if you look closely. And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified, which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken. You're still saying you didn't see it? If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course, of course. Only too happy to oblige. I can't believe he's still not going to concede the point. Okay, so now I think we have to present the camera. What I in fact witnessed was a fellow grave robber at work. What? A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart very nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see? You're claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself? Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Clearly, the fellow is using such a mask to protect his anonymity?
Objection!
But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. We might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreant at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them. If a gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord. Yes, well. I can only assume it was an embellishment.
Strange.
Ah. Yeah, I know what it means. I just could not pronounce it for some reason.
Excuse me.
Madame Two Spells. Don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes. Oh la la, pardon? I was lost in my thoughts. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that is all, how Monsieur Drebber could claim this now. If you don't mind me saying, Madame, what are you talking about? Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? Including the gunshot. Stop. Oh, he's mad. You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection!
Have a care, Drebber. That's no way to speak to a lady. Please, Madame Two Spells, carry on. Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him and the bullet hit the condemned man. I said nothing of the sort. No, you were very explicit about the details, about the mask that the figure was wearing, and the blood that splattered over you when he was shot. Enough. Shut up, woman. You're making all this up. Unethical or illegal? Ah, okay, I didn't know that one. Mr. Drebber. Yes? You refute the account just given by Madame Two Spells? I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Come on, do you really expect us to believe you? Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom. Right. Under the circumstances, I think it best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness. Very well. So this is where we show the camera. There is no gunshot from behind me at all, nor any splattering blood. So this one
Objection!
makes sense. Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera? But that is the camera from that fateful night. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber. And is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forward on the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it!
What's that? There, just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain. Ah. Oh, I didn't say yes or no, not when. That's fair, that's fair. I ended up getting it in the end, so there we go. That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact. Good lord, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood. Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe? It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood or not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. I propose that Madame Tusspel's testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Well, and that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection!
But why? Why would he want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. For whose then? Who could benefit? Mr. Drebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody. My goodness, he's shielding someone? I think we all know who. And clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed. Well, counsel, who is it then? Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night? He's trying to protect Courtney.
Take that!
The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe. The French lady. No. Whatever do you mean? Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor. That would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain.
Objection!
But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging. If that were really true, counsel, the implications of this conduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would take the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up. And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret. Even if that meant being complicit in a crime. You mean... I mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating in Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Asman with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. The leg! Lord Banziques, pray forgive my freshly filled hollowed chalice and a whole raft of other discourtesies now. Goodness me. It's just a sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing. What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night, only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger? And disposed of him forever? I have no idea at the moment. We have too little information to work that out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more. The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. And have you considered this, my friend? Considered what? Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary. Quite hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it. To rely on some strange deception when so much is at stake would be madness. Well, I suppose... And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Asman at all. Or are you forgetting that his death results in me not receiving not a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no? There's a contract, that's very true. The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme. Especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. If the research grant was the aim, taking Mr. Asman's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means Mr. Drebber's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asman. But why? What was his motive then? Your time is up, my friend. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with this charade. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we? Kazuma gets out of the way. How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country? At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence. Alright, who exactly was Mr. Asman to Drebber? I'm not sure. I think it is. I'm gonna have to present 2 pieces of evidence. Okay, I know what to present here. Yes, my lord. Okay. I think I just need to show the signatures. So one of them is on this.
Take that!
Mr. Drebber, I have here the contract that you signed with Mr. Asman. Surprisingly durable lamp. Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man. No, I'm afraid not. As it turns out, this contract actually helps to establish the real motive for the murder you committed. It does. Well, I never. What are you talking about? Read it again, you idiot. I'm not finished. In order to demonstrate what your motive really was, I'll need this contract and one other piece of evidence. What other evidence? Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. So, the reason I think we need these 2 signatures is to prove that Asman was the guy who shot him.
Take that!
I think he was there. It's this newspaper article, my lord. That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? That rival should never have been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense that means nothing.
Objection!
But there's something significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common. Really? And it's that common link. That shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odie Asman. Seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my friend, point out what these two pieces of evidence have in common.
Take that!
What these two pieces of evidence have in common is a signature. A signature? A signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. What? As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asman's signature at the bottom. Let me see now. Good lord, yes, they're identical. In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odie Asman.
Objection!
But explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asman? Well, if you think back, you remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. Ah. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. Oh. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. I see. Now we have a motive. At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, you should use that excuse when you're in trouble with me? I think I'm gonna use that excuse too then. A single newspaper article changed your entire life. So Mr. Asman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he? He did, my lord. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Asman agreed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. So he had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article, written by Mr. Asman. Enough. Okay, he's gonna go crazy now. Any second. Stop this endless struggle about my life. What? Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber. Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypotheses anyway. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretch or other after all. Good gracious. Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wretch. A wretch? Being forced out of the university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Objection!
Mr. Drubber, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me? I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. How dare you? And I have evidence to prove it. How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine, if you think you have evidence, go ahead. Show it. What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave the university because I lacked talent? I think it's the trophy, but I will save just in case.
Take that!
Because we haven't shown it yet. Do you remember this, Mr. Drubber? We found it at your workshop. Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? What exactly is this trophy, Council? It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Good gracious. Man really tried to build in his own defense. He really did. I mean, I'll give him that. It just so happened that we picked up everything in his workshop. Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drubber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. The truth is... Finally. No, he's not gonna fold. He's not. Kazuma? Oh. Ha. Fine. Clearly this has run its course now. What? I admit it. I'll admit. Okay. What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. No. Good lord. Dr. Scythe, do you realize what you're saying, woman? It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. Oh, there's something in the pocket. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again staring me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Dear Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago. All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now. I wasn't expecting her to say that. I wasn't her expecting to admit at all. Why on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no point trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. She did, she did. So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted to everything. Surely it goes without saying. You admit your part in it too, then? I admit nothing at all. Okay. Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong. Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zieks. Yes? I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. I have heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. You finally finished editing? Oh my goodness. And I'm almost done this, I think. This trial is not the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain. He only decides to say this now. Very true. It had slipped my mind. Isn't he one of your closest friends? As the court has heard, Dr. Scythe has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt. You mean... At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection? No. None, my lord. Oh, congratulations. You've proven Professor Harebrain's innocence. Without further ado then, the adjudication. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss? Yeah, can we lift your mask? I just want to see who you are. I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Scythe suddenly admit to it like that? Oh, something's gonna happen. Is everything alright? Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now is... Further testimony?
Objection!
The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord. I beg your pardon? We demand one final testimony. What? You do realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume. What are you playing at now? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of this trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. It's because I want to see who is under the mask. The truth, the whole truth, and a way to bring it all out into the open. Right. Yes, in hindsight. Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client and to secure an acquittal. Obviously. But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe. Testimony from me? About what? About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber. Ha, in case it's escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed, so stop wasting everyone's time. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Objection!
Pray forgive my careless handling of that hallowed bottle I slipped. That's what you call it? I like how he does it and he's like, oh, please forgive me. Oopsies. What is your objection, Lord Van Zieks? The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid. If there's more to this case than has yet come to light, then I will join my friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. Yo, what? Lord Van Zieks. This is most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Scythe, you will testify for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber. Yeah, the ending's going on forever, but I kind of expected something else to happen. And I can't stop now. I have to keep going. Now I began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. Wait. Oh, the body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. Right, because we don't know who actually stabbed him. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret at the highest level. I had to protect it. Okay. So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specifically designed for the deception. So it seems, and all meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. So kind of you to say. And what about this autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. That's all? That's a terrible corruption. Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you. You must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for a cross-examination, I would say. No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at that expression on Dr. Scythe's face. It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony. What is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent? Very well. If you so desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. I want to press on that. When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this. Yes, the instructions in the engineer's note said something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Harebrain alone could have killed Asman. Oh. So maybe he was shot with a crossbow. But then they put... Oh. So you mean that was your doing? I fetched Harebrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me alone to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen. Alone, Doctor? I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then I took the screwdriver in both hands. Oh my god. What if he wasn't dead? And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. So the actual cause of death was the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop. My word. What is it, Mr. Sato? Something about Dr. Sai's last statements is playing on my mind, that's all. Yes, mine too. Dr. Scythe. There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Which part? What I want her to supplement her testimony with is... trying to think, what would I present here? Ah, I have an idea. The real cause of death. The real cause of death being the fall of 30 feet. Fine, if that's what you want, just stop yelling, please. The prosecution concurs. Very well, you will supplement your testimony now. If you wish, my lord. The neck trauma. Okay. I have two ideas. One, I might present the crossbow.
Objection!
No. Okay.
Objection!
No.
Objection!
No. I'm trying to think if I need to get her to switch it to say what she did. What would I present on that? I don't know.
Objection!
One way to find out. Alright, I might try it.
Hold it!
Oh, I forgot I can press on this. I'm quite sure of that it was a result of a broken neck. Yes, as a professional, that was more than apparent. You never know just by looking at the photograph of the victim, though, would you? That's why I presented it. No, that's very true. Obviously not. Which is precisely why coroners are needed to determine the actual facts. Yes, assuming they can be trusted. There's no point calling her assessment into question without evidence. Let's get back to the testimony. Very well. Oh, I can't change it? Oh, I have to go back here.
Hold
Okay.
it!
Have her change it. What you said before about what you did to the victim's body, I believe that may be significant, so could you change your supplementary statement to explain that instead? Very well. Where it lay in the top of the cage, punch it into the chest.
Hold it!
So it was you who stabbed Mr. Asman with this? Yes, far easier than dissection, I assure you. No precision required. What a welcome change. The victim died instantly from a snapped neck. All I did was carry out the instructions I'd been given. As unflinchingly as ever, no doubt. I imagine you didn't bat an eyelid when you drove the weapon into his body. There was no need to bat my eyelids. And what else did you do to twist the facts? Remind the court, why don't you? If you wish. Okay. We'll try saving here now. It's called badgering the witness? Oh no. I guess I'll try this.
Objection!
No. The witness started it. You guys, I'm so stuck with all these testimonies.
Objection!
Home stretch? I'm struggling. There's nothing else on this that I can tell. I have no idea. You should go to bed, Christian. It's okay. Or are you okay? Are you just tired? I don't know what to present. Yeah, you should go to bed. I'll probably be done this soon. I just need to figure out what to do. I think I need a hint. I'll take any hint. I don't know what to do here. This is the right statement. Okay, good. I'm gonna try the crossbow.
Objection!
Unless I already tried that. I did.
Objection!
We're having an issue with what she did. I've got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth. What on earth is the matter, Counsel? Have you lost your tongue? I apologize, my lord. Dr. Scythe, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my learned friend. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph. What is it? Which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Objection!
The court has already examined that photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from
Objection!
it. And yes, we have already considered it, that's true. We now know the facts to be different. What do you mean? I believe we should let the defense explain. I don't know. Oh. I think I know.
Take that!
There's no screwdriver. Look closely at the blood stain on the victim's chest. It clearly extends in a downward... Oh, I didn't realize that. Why is that significant? I knew it. He was shot with the bow and arrow, or the crossbow. If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected. Ah, of course. No, that's not what happened. Exactly. Dr. Scythe made it very clear in her testimony just now that the point at which she stole Professor Harebrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception was set in motion when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop, and the victim had already been stabbed whilst in the birdcage in that position. The blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. For it to have formed the longitudinal appearance we see in the picture is inconceivable. I did not notice that at all. Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downward from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Scythe, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. Oh my goodness. I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified that contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here. What? What sort of misapprehension? Dr. Scythe. You claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. One of those claims is an out-and-out lie. Because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer. If that is the case, what is it? What is it, ma'am? Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now, tell the court what it is. Which part of her story is shown to be a lie? I'm gonna try the stabbing. The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. Or they really could have mentioned the blood before literally the last step, true. If when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would, which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection!
That's impossible. The man was dead, remember? No. That is the misapprehension. When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. But Mr. Asman didn't die in the fall. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came round, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Scythe appeared. Oh my god. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. Oh my god. Mr. Otis, Asman's killer wasn't the defendant. Holy moly! Nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe. I didn't see that coming. I didn't see that coming at all. Can this possibly be true? Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him? You hoped that by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end. Before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. Oh, do shut up. You're so desperate now, you're making all this up. As if I would do something like that.
Objection.
I assure you, the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruto has established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Ha, logic? Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. What? What do you mean? The first is auto objection, yeah. I'd have thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. Oh my god. I need to go to bed. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Asman? Asman was involved in any number of criminal activities from coercion to theft to murder. But there is no known connection to Dr. Scythe there. Maybe she is the Reaper of the Bailey. Rather relieved to say, it does seem somewhat far-fetched. True, there's no obvious motive, but there's still something in the back of my mind. I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner might have done this. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report. Murdering someone for no reason is a very different story.
Objection.
No. When you questioned what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Asman, something did come to mind. What? What was it, Counsel? Enlighten the court at once. Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange. We had no reason to suspect it at the time. Yeah, the class of no motive, no murder defense. There's an object? The scalpels. Let's try the scalpels. I want to know more about that. It's a scalpel, or rather, scalpels. Did you say scalpels? It would appear that word has struck a chord, Doctor. You come on, out with it. It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory. Look at this big thick book here. It appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh? What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. $500 scalpels a month? At first I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant, it's the money for them disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Asman's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding. Right. Tracing the money from the forensic investigations team's account to find out where it was going. Oh, would be extremely straightforward. Oh. 10 years ago, when Mr. Asman was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber, he may well have stumbled upon information as he was researching this story. Information relating to Dr. Scythe's darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade. Her darkest secret? Good lord, you mean... I don't know what happened on that night at that execution 10 years ago, but clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stab Mr. Asman in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever. You'll never understand. None of you. She's gonna go crazy. What we've had to keep covered up all these long years. As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb, the truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out. And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Scythe will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done and tell the court the truth about what happened. 10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to sever the hold that fate's had over you all these years. Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis? I mean, really. It's the addle-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness. Careful, Mr. Drebber. I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it? So you admit it. You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim. Yes, I admit it. I did it all, in the name of revenge. Revenge for the future that Mr. Asman's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier? But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Asman, did it? Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see. The condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago, if your account of those events were all true, then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well, or on Dr. Scythe to be precise. It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asman turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye about the coroner who'd handled that bogus autopsy being appointed head of a new forensic team. When I learned that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan. What a horrid tale. He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him, for revenge. And have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I'd had to suffer. Your actions against those who'd ruin your future were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis. But you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. He's making him feel bad. Lord Van Zieks, what of Dr. Scythe? An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted, and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days, along with Mr. Drebber. Oh my god, 2 cases left. I think I'm gonna take like a little break before I get into the next one. I might just play some cozy games and then we'll get back into it for sure. A most regrettable situation indeed. She's made great contributions to her profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Harebrain. Yes? It seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you are absolved of all guilt. This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. This dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool. Professor. I spent my life thinking of nothing but my research, misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process, I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I. No, Professor, that's not true. What? Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing and his alone. This outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way. Lord Van Zieks. And the derision with which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams, that's laudable, not laughable. Van Zieks? No one has the right to deride another for such choices. Oh. Thank you, Barrock. Oh yeah, I forgot they were friends. That's why he's being so nice. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord? It is this court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which he stands accused. I presume there are no objections. None from me, my lord. Certainly not. This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision. It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. Oh my goodness, I can't read. I have no misgivings whatsoever. What's that? He's done, is he? It's all over? I don't know what's become of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place. Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant. We did it! Yay, confetti! And fireworks, I forgot about that. Okay, but I want to know who's under the mask. The 2 masks that we have. Court is adjourned. We did it! Yes, thank you for your help, chat. I really needed help in this case. That was some trial. Mm-hmm. Oh, we didn't run it. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it? Oh, it is. Congratulations, Professor Harebrain. Mr. Dorado, Mr. Sato. I am truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough? I'm just glad it's all been cleared up, that you realize you were just caught up in a bad situation. Right now, you know, if I had that research grant money, I'd give the whole lot to you, every penny. Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so we don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough. Oh dear, oh what can I do? Ah. How about this, as a memento? The paper about my hypothesis is inside. Well, just as a memento then, thank you. I've been wondering, Professor, what are you going to do now? Oh my, yes, what am I going to do? My hypothesis and my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the Great Exhibition once I'm here too, and see if new inspiration hits me. Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea. I can't allow that? Wait, what? Lord Van Zieks, what are you doing in here? Varrock. I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert. Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey. You're one of the few true friends I have. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution. Or the defense. Or the defense? Did I just hear that right? I always knew that you had my best interests at heart. Don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on. Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you. What? From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets. But no, hold on a minute, Varrock. What about the Great Exhibition? This is the chance of a lifetime for me. I want... No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea. Oh, because of the Reaper of the Bailey. Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Varrock. Lord Van Zieks? What's all this about? A necessary precaution. I'm sorry you can't see his face right now. Yes, I think I understand. You do? Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Van Zieks at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing. Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time and thinking it was nice of him to ask. The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well, even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor. And Gina too. Gina's still alive and she was in court. The Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas? Those in the Reaper's sights meet their end days or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up to now. But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent. True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend. Barrock. Like the mustache man, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once. Right. Does your friend-shaped package get any say in it? Goodness, was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Zieks? In court, where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless, and yet, sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all. It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being. Ah, yes. Alright. Well then, Mr. Naruto. Thank you so much for everything. Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you. Best wishes, Professor Harebrained. Well, once the dust has settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now. I am sleepy. Now, my friend. Yes, I thought you gone too. We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time? You want to talk with me? I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. The enigma, Barrock Van Zieks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes, then. This can't be good. I don't like this. So are you satisfied? You gave a guileless scientist, you saved a scientist from a great injustice. Yes, I think so. I'm relieved at least that the man's innocence could be proven. Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you people comes from. Oh, right. I think the professor might be someone from Japan. Guys, I'm nervous. At first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagine you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now I think differently. You clearly know our ways, so I would guess that some specific incident led to your dislike, to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please? Oh, I don't like this music. The professor. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest. He took your brother's life. Clint. My brother was Clint Van Zieks. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens, he was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. Yeah, it is a nationality. I don't know why he said race, but maybe Van Zieks? I don't know. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan. Oh. If it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father. Of course, I remember Dr. Mikotoba well. I had no idea. I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to the three visiting people. So you've actually met my father. He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with their spirit, and it made a very good impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even, just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks. Truly. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway. So he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time. In plain sight? Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires. A new treaty was being forged, I think. Correct. That Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our two nations could very well have ended up at war. Makes sense. A war between Britain and Japan? But that would mean... Oh my, you mean to say the professor was... He's just gonna walk away.
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself,
His voice is nice.
It's time. Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster. I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind that the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before,
Oh, I don't think we know him.
was Japanese.
Wait a minute. That face. I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Father.
What? Father?
Kazuma.
Kazuma!
Oh, it's Kazuma.
My best friend, Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned. he stood there before me.
Ryunosuke.
I've been saying his name so wrong this whole time. I'm so sorry. Is it Ryunosuke?
Hello again,
I love their voice acting.
my friend.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
I owe you thanks, too, for taking good care of that in my absence.
Oh. Karuma. Great blade of the Asogi clan. Passed down through the generations. When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. A Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword, and I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
I've made it. At last. Father.
Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time? I'm looking at it. But... I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
Okay.
Kazuma-sama.
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about. But now is not the time.
Oh.
I'll be seeing you.
That lady's not gonna be happy about her wax figure.
That's all Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
Okay. Do you know how hard it's been keeping this in? You knew all along! Oh my goodness. You guys played along with it very well. Thank you. Oh my goodness. I was not expecting his dad. I think... Like, I feel like I recognize his face a little. So maybe they talked about him in the first game. But it's been so long that I don't remember. Holy moly. I love Van Zieks' voice acting, by the way. I wish every line of his was voice acted. It's so good. Oh. So he's the living after after image of the man who took my brother's life, is he? The long con. Yes, Kazuma Asagi, my best friend. 3 months ago when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling there was something there. Some connection. But why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Van Zieks' apprentice when he was suffering from amnesia too? The man was apprehended, even executed. But his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting with me as I asked. "10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me. It was the first time I'd ever seen him. Poor Susato-san. All this is tied up with painful memories for her too. She's never talked about this with me before though. It took time to adjust to having father around, but just when I started getting used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son. A boy, 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father, so he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma Asagi. So you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter. But in many, it was the start of a new one.
We did it. I almost cried when the friends were talking, but I didn't. Oh my goodness. Twisted Karma and his last blow. Yeah, I need to go to bed. Alright. This has been very fun and traumatic and emotional. But thank you for watching. I hope you all enjoyed my reactions to all this. I will see you all next time. I don't know, I might stream tomorrow. We'll see. If I do though, I think I'll play some like indie games or maybe some Littlewood. I don't know. I'll play, I don't know. We'll see, Yeah, this episode is nuts. I knew this was coming the whole time. Had to stay quiet, make sure not to say anything. Thank you so much, you guys. You're the best. I know that some people might want to come in here and spoil everything, but you guys didn't. And it made it so much more fun. Alright. I feel like there's still so much more that's gonna happen though. So, alright. Have a good night, everyone, and I will see you guys next time.